for this afternoon. Okay. I would like to check my voice, whether you can hear me clearly or not. Please respond by answer by unmute your microphone. Testing the voice. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, it's clear.
Clear,
Yeah.
Pak. Clear, clear.
Ah,
It is clear.
okay, wonderful. Okay, based upon our parallel sessions, I will moderating some presenters with very wonderful research works, uh, and we still waiting for the invited speaker. However, the time is running, and based upon the permission for the committee, I would like to start the parallel sessions. Start from the first paper. If the invited speaker is not coming yet, but the show must go on. Okay. Uh, Before we start this parallel session, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ferry Hermawan. I am appointed as moderator for this parallel session, the class C, round one in the day one of the conference. Uh, I would like to say hello to all of the presenter, and also as presentations for all the presenters in this room. And also I would like to greetings to all participant non presenters who have been attended in this room. Okay. We hope all of you is in a well conditions and stay safe uh, at your place, at your home, and your office maybe. And today I would like to call one by one the presenters. The first presenter is Zeta Rasulina Kumandang. Have been attend?
Hello. Yes, hello everyone. Actually, my name is Zeta Rasulia Kamandang.
Zeta Rasulia Kamandang. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The second presenter will be Diki V. Arianto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferry.
Yeah,
I'm here
good.
now.
Yeah. The third presenter is Jojo Widodo Sucipto. Is it right?
Yes, I'm now.
Yeah.
I'm ready to present my article. Thank you, Mr. Ferry.
Okay, thank you. The next presenter is Aloysia P. H. Purnomo.
Yeah, hello everyone.
Okay,
And thank you, Mr.
very
Harry.
much. Okay, thank you for attend this room. And the next presenter is Azara Yuda Pradipta. Oh. Not coming yet? Okay, we're still waiting for the presenter. The next presenter is Ero Prahara Mahardika.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ferry.
Okay, thank you. Good. The next presenter in my list is Ida Ayu Oka Sukawati Sidaman.
Yes, I'm here. Swati, Pak Ferry.
Oh yeah, thank you very
Okay.
much. Good to meet you here. Maybe anybody else is not listed in my list. Maybe have additional presenter have been put in this class. No. Okay. Once again, I would like to confirm if invited speaker have been attend in this room. It's not coming yet. Okay. Please to prepare your presentations and your time at the first uh, opportunity. I would like to invite the first presenter, Zeta Rasulia Kumandang, paper number 4, with the title Risk Assessment of Construction Project Scheduling. Are you ready for
Yes,
presentation?
yes, actually, I already sent my presentation video,
Yeah,
so it will
yeah,
be played, right?
yeah.
Thank you,
Oh,
Mr.
you
Ferry.
prefer to play. Okay,
Yes, the
you
video.
prefer to play the video. Okay, please
Yes.
take committee to help me to video of the first presenter. Okay, your time is yeah. Okay, this is your time. Please, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Zeta Rasulia Kamandang, and today I want to present my research entitled Risk Assessment of Construction Project Scheduling. This is the outlines. Construction project is a part of the country's development which is executed to expand the infrastructure and building facilities. In its implementation, a construction project may be associated with various potential risks that can harm the project parties and lead to loss of the project's values. Construction project risks are divided into several categories or aspects. They are cost-related risks, time-related risks, quality-related risks, environment-related risks, and safety-related risks. Since a successful construction project is essential to achieve, accuracy in managing project risk has to be fulfilled by project parties. Risk management, or RM, is a process that helps project parties to control arising risks in the project without affecting time, cost, duration, and scope of the project. It assists to obtain better control over project scheduling, estimation, and quality. It also gives project parties beforehand ideas about future situations that may occur and make them prepare a decision as early as possible to avoid any risk later. Regarding to time-related risk, failure to estimate project construction duration is one of the common problems that can affect the entire project performance during its execution. Therefore, an assessment of construction project scheduling has to be done precisely to reduce any loss possibilities. The project which we implemented in this case or in this research is a 6-floors building constructed in Bengkulu, Indonesia, consisting of several works such as structural work, architecture work, finishing work, and interior work, facade work, supporting building work, and landscape work with 294 days of execution. And this is the flowchart of the study. The first one, we have to collect the as-planned schedule with duration and task relationship information. After that, we have to distribute a questionnaire to collect information about pessimistic, most likely, and optimistic duration of each task. And after that, we can conduct Monte Carlo simulation, scheduling analysis, probabilistic of success analysis, result analysis, and then we can perform or provide the conclusion of this research. And this is the information of structural work data that we collect from the as-planned data. And this is the questionnaire result sample for the structural work. We have optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic duration. The pessimistic, most likely, and optimistic of each type duration of the project case study are the main data that will be processed using Monte Carlo simulation by conducting several steps. The first one is determining the number of iteration. The second is Monte Carlo simulation itself. The third is scheduling analysis. The fourth is probabilistic of success analysis. And this is the result of determining the iteration number. Determining the number of iterations is necessary to conduct first to observe the minimum number of iterations that are needed to complete the whole simulation. And we have 16,050 and 500 iteration in this simulation. And after that, from the Monte Carlo simulation, we have a statistical result of the simulated project duration. Optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic duration of each task are not only used in Monte Carlo simulation to achieve the simulated project duration, but they also were processed by using Microsoft Project to calculate the total duration of the project. And this is the result of the total duration of the project based on the schedule types. As we can see here, we have optimistic schedule type, we have 290 days of the duration, and then for the most likely we have 298 days of the duration. For the pessimistic, we have 313 days, while for the simulation result, we have 312 days. The probability of success analysis for each type schedule is done by Monte Carlo simulation. As seen in this figure, 294 days of S-plane duration only has 0.479% of success probability, while simulated duration has 52.575% of success probability. Here, the figure. Furthermore, this table actually presents the probability of success of the project completion duration based on the schedule type. As we can see, for the most likely duration, where we have 298 duration, the probability success of it is 2.108%. Furthermore, Monte Carlo simulation also provide the prediction of the project completion duration based on the probability of success. If we want to obtain or achieve 100% probability of the success, at least we have to provide 332 days for the project execution. If we want to achieve 70% of success probability, the Monte Carlo simulation suggests we have to provide at least 316 duration days of project execution. And this is the conclusion of the research. Based on the analysis result, the S-plane duration estimated by contractor only has 0.479% of success probability. Optimistic duration has 0.054%. Most likely duration have 2.108%. Pessimistic duration has 57.912%, and the simulated duration has 52.275%. It indicates that the S-plane duration is unsuited to be submitted as project completion duration in the contract because according to simulation result, its success probability is much less than 100%. Monte Carlo simulation analysis concludes that to avoid risks in scheduling, the project parties have to allocate at least 332 days of project duration. And this is the suggestion for the future work. The future research may investigate the performance of Monte Carlo simulation on assessing other risks in construction projects, such as risk of project productivity or construction project emission. Thank you.
Okay, great. Very good presentations. So this is time. We have a 5 minute actually for your time for the discussion. Maybe any answer from the participant? For the first presenter? Any questions? Okay, I will start the questions. What's the meaning of the 57-point-something% in the last presentations means that is that the probability of the completions or the probability of the successful project?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Actually, the number 52 point some number percent is actually the success of probability. I mean, if the project wants to achieve 100% of success probability, as we know from the research, they have to at least allocate 332 days. And what you asked to me before, the 52%, actually the success probability of the, if I'm not mistaken, the simulated duration. So the percent actually is the success probability, not the percentage of the completion duration work.
Okay. Before I forgot, wait a minute.
Yes.
Before I forgot, from the committee we have some informations. Maybe the committee could share the informations to the. Oh yeah, to fill the your presentations in the chat room, please. Sorry to disturb.
It's
The
okay.
further question. Any other questions? All of the participants, if you want to ask something, if you have any questions, please put on the chat room or direct message to me as well. That's fine. Okay, I'm just curious about 57% of the
Yes.
successful probability. What about the reality in the project
Okay.
side?
Actually, this project has been constructed in 2017. So it is the it's already built in Bengkulu, and actually the project faced like more than 20 days of schedule delay. So if we calculate the delay days into the explained days, actually the project faced like 320 days of as-built execution.
Yeah.
So I can, we can conclude that the result of this research actually is have a similar number of the real case in the case project.
So it's
quite
more optimistic. It's more than optimist. Okay.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Yes.
All right. Okay. Any other questions for the participant? Please text me on the chat room and I will deliver the questions. Other questions? Okay. I think just what minute your time is rest is still available for the participant to give some questions. Yeah. Less than a minute. Yeah. If we have no questions, okay, we can move to another presenter. Thank you, Ms. Jisa. Good luck for you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Very good presentations. So we move to the next presenter. Mr. Diki V. Arianto with the research presentations, identification risk potential hazard of railway project based on the work breakdown structure to improve safety performance. Wow. Mr. Tiki, are you ready on there?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I've already sent my video to committee in.
Okay.
Maybe
Please,
the committee can show this video.
Okay, the video is already on the place. Okay, please start it.
Hello everyone, my name is Diki Vito. I'm from University of Indonesia, major in civil engineering, and I'm going to present my paper presentation. The paper is talking about identification risk potential hazard of railway project based on the work breakdown structure to improve safety performance. So this is the outline. There are 5 sections in this slide. The first one is introduction, causes of phenomena, impact, cause, and solution. The second one is literature review. The third one is methodology. The fourth one is result in discussion. And the last one is conclusion. We know that massive infrastructure development is currently one of them is the railway project development. And process of the building construction project is generally an activity that contains many elements of dangers. So the massive infrastructure development is always accompanied by the large number of road accidents that occur. From this picture is an example of accident on a construction site in Indonesia. This accident was happened on the Manggarai Jatinegara double track railway construction project in 2018. From this picture, there is a problem phenomena, and the phenomena is accident of construction work. This problem causes various impacts. The impacts are loss of human lives, demotivation of workers, conflict with workers, loss of productivity of project, and delay in progress respectively. And so the main cause of this phenomena are unsafe act, unsafe condition, and management system. We have learned from this phenomena, and I find the solution for this problem. The solution is making safety plan. So next, this slide talking about literature review. The first is railway. The infrastructure as a railway line and station, including the facilities needed for railway facilities to be operated. The railways include track or railroad, station building, bridge, signal, and telecommunication. OS performance consists of 5 indicators, including safety awareness, discipline behavior, safety cost, accident rate, and OS productivity. And then the WBS is hierarchical development position of deliverable-oriented jobs as the basis of implementation for the project team and achieving the project own goals so that it can produce the previously declared deliverables. WBS can be more detailed with WBS dictionary and checklist. On the right side is leveling of the WBS, consists of level. In other left to right, project name, division, work group, work type, work package, activity, and resources. And also risk is an event or factors that are uncertain, and if they occur, it can negatively impact project objective. Next, then the methodology used in this research. The methodology used in this research was conducted with a qualitative approach to ensure research objective. The survey and discussion were conducted using a structured research instrument in the form of questionnaires to experts from railway construction work with more than 10 years of experience. The methodology flow can be seen in the figure. Next, this slide talking about the result of validation. For the validated WBS standard, there are 6 sub-projects such as preparatory work, railroad works, rail bridge, tunnel, station building works, and railway operation facilities work. And to identify the risk, just identify main work of the railway line, such as railroad, rail bridge work, and tunnel work. To identify the risk according for aspect, namely labor, property, such as material and equipment, environment, and public safety. There are 966 risks associated with construction safety performance, 229 risks for railroad works, 365 risks for rail bridge works, and 372 risks for tunnel works. The risk variables that experts have validated are then carried out by pilot survey testing to test whether all project workers easily understand the identified risk. And risk assessment is done by multiplying probability and severity, can be seen in Table 1 and Table 2, the scale indicators. Based on the risk assessment result that has been carried out, there are 37 risks identified as high-risk levels. The method for assessing high risk is based on data processing results generated from 30 qualitatively analyzed respondents who refer to the PMBOK assessment matrix. So this is the high risk of railway project. There are 37 risks that identified based on work package and activities. Finally, this is the last slide of the presentation. In the conclusion is there are 966 risks have been identified in railway construction project, and there are 37 high risks in sub-project of railway with details 10 railroad works, 18 rail bridge works, and 9 tunnel works. The identified risk factor can be used as a reference in preparing the safety plan document. Okay, I think this is enough for me. I'd like to finish the presentation about my paper. Thank you for giving me opportunity, and also thank you for your attention. Hello everyone, my name is Digito. I'm from University.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kiki, for very interesting topic. Yeah, about safety. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is my area as well in safety in construction. Yeah, maybe the other participant has questions for Mr. Diki. Please put your questions on the chat room. Oh yeah, okay. Still waiting for the participant who has maybe they are prepared the questions. I have some concern about the regulation in safety in construction based on the regulation from the Ministry of Public Works. You state in your presentations the regulation number 21st in 2019, right?
Right.
Actually, since last month,
Yeah, last month.
since last month, there's been revoked with the new regulations with regulation number 10 to 2021. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that some terms and conditions in safety, not only in the in the previous regulation refined with the regulation. Okay, I'm happy that you are you understand that the new regulations have been setting up and published by the Ministry of Public Works. So how but anyway, maybe this research is have been done before the regulation is published by the Ministry of Public Works. Yeah,
Actually, I finished my paper in February in 28. So
yeah,
I
it makes sense.
I read
Yeah,
the
makes sense for
regulation
you.
and from the regulation from my lecturer also. Then to improve this paper for next I will identification risk potential based on Ministry of Permanent Ministry of Public Work and Public Housing number 10 2021.
21. Yeah, that's fine. Just we concerned that the change of regulation is quite fast actually in Indonesia. So, but not to worry about that. You just mentioned in the limitation that the regulation still change, but your work is based on the previous regulation. That's fine. Yeah, not to be worried. Yeah. Okay, but this is good that the safety issue is very significant in construction industry. So I'm happy that some people in civil engineering field is concerned about these things. Okay. Anyway, any other questions from participant? I invited all of you to maybe raise hand by the virtual raise hand in chat room. Yeah, give the expression of this visit works. Yeah, the railway is a big program for the Ministry of Transportations. Yeah, there's be very significant issue for the connectivity in Java and outer Java. Yeah. So, oh yeah, any other question here? I will read the question from Miss Ani Ratnaningsih. To Mr. Dickey, identification on technical risk, how to determine parameter limits in determining the risk scale so that the highest risk score will be obtained. That's the question, the first question.
Okay, I answer the question to how to determine the parameter limit in determining the risk scale so that the highest risk score will be obtained. To determine the risk scale, I used to based on PMBOK 6th edition that contain risk from low until high. So the first I validate by the expert five people in construction industry, especially in railway. And also after that, I share the questionnaire for the 30% in construction industry, especially in railway construction. Such as I share the questionnaire in LRT Jabodebek and also in MRT, because now I'm work in di Sub DKI Jakarta, especially bidang perkeretaapian. So yeah, the parameter limit determine risk scale based on I share my questionnaire about the identification risk to determine, because after that I'm list the range to determine the how the the value of how to develop the value of so high, low atau middle. Maybe
Okay.
you can
Okay,
answer
thank you.
question.
Thank you, Mr. Tiki. I'm sorry because the time is over. Yeah, so we will give another opportunity and big applause to Mr. Tiki. Okay, thank you. Good luck for you. If you have uh, any question, all the participants to Mr. Tiki, you can chat directly to Mr. Tiki. Okay, thank you very much. Good luck for you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, the next presenter I would like to invite to this room presentation is Mr. Jojo Widodo Sucipto with the title Investigating Construction Project Delay Using Fault Tree Analysis based on its dominant risk on private project. Mr. Jojo, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Actually, I have sent the video to committee.
Okay, you prefer to play the video. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, we will start for now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thank you very much to ICRMCE committee for this opportunity, and also thank you for coming on my presentation. My name is Jojo Widodo. I am come from the University of Jember. I would like to present our paper in the title Investigating Construction Project Delay Using Fault Tree Analysis based on its dominant risk on private project. Okay, let's see the first section, the introduction. The project's said success is they can complete their work based on cost efficient and meets the owner certification. But so many projects get still delayed even though planning and scheduling prepare well. This research aim is to determine the probability of project delay using fault tree analysis. Okay, we will continue the next section, research method. In this study, we will use case study on the project Sun City apartment, Sidoarjo apartment. This project have some obstacle. They are the location so close with a settlement, the participation of project so many. They are owner, contractor, CM consultant, resident, and also government. And scope of work this project also is very complex. So these things make the problem in project completion. And what and how the data collected. To discuss this study, we need some data. They are brief project data, detailed engineering design, time schedule, event log, and so on. And the second data response of all participants about the variable confirmation, estimate risk, and dependency logic between variable. Okay, research stage. Research stage on this research consists of the identification variable, risk analysis, build the model, simulation, validation, and scenario, and the last stage is mitigate the problem. To FTR model started by the problem definition, that design FTA graph, calculate the model. Well, we continue our result and discussion section. The first discussion is about the identification project delay variable. We make 4 categories variable. They are the risk due to role of owners, role of contractor, role of CM, and risk caused the environment of work condition. And total respondent in this study is 12. Okay, the second discussion about risk analysis project delay. This section is aimed to determine the dominant variable using validity and reliability testing, filter, and the Pareto diagram to find the risk dominant. This you can look the diagram and grab a table and grab on the risk dominant using Pareto diagram. This diagram can reduce project delay from 10 variable to 7 variable. Okay, the next discussion about modeling project delay using FTA. Model FTA consists of several steps. Step 1, we must define the system activity behavior. This is the project delay based on participation role and environment. Step 2, define the top event. This the project delay. And step 3, define the 3 structural. This the FTA structure. And the step 4 is expands branch successful level detail. This is the step 1, and the last step is solve all 3 using combination event. We can use this formula. Okay, the simulation model. The simulation model is got from the run model based on the response data. Let's see, following table is calculated the R1 variable delay in constructor payment and related parties by owner. This variable contribute 1.19%, and totally a variable of this project can be contribute probability project delay 10%. Okay, the validation model. The validation model construct based on the event log of project. Can you see the right table? This is the event log table, and running the model FTA like the previous model, and probability of event project delay is 24% based on the event log the project. It means the project has potentially delay on completion with 34%. Based on the real data, so the project had delay of 15% in the 7th month. So this model can be predict the probability of even delay project. FTA model can estimate the probability of project delay even though it is not determine the percent of delay. Disclaimer of this model need the log data event. The second, just adjust of event is needed, and the calculation prediction probability model can be calculated. The scenario model. Scenario model is ran to find contribution each variable event to delay the project delay. So we have 4 scenario, and we can find the variable, the environment and work condition has larger contribution. This is the 7.xx%. The second smaller contributed the project delay is contractor role. They have the score 7.66%, and the smallest contribution is the consultant CM perform. To mitigate this project delay is carried out by the priority of the variable due to the project delay have identified in the scenario model. Okay, you can look this mitigation table on this table. This is the variable, and this is the response risk. The last section is in my presentation is conclusion. Well, on the last section in presentation, we have already summarized the result. The first one, the main variable has already identified and filtered using a Pareto diagram, and this is to get the risk dominant. The second, the FTR model established is proven to assess the probability of project delay. The third, the FTA model is only estimate of the event of the project delay, but it cannot determine the behind schedule. So this model needs to study further to avoid to determine the delay. And the last recommendation, the model uses a one-way hierarchical assumption, whereas the actual each variable can influence its variable. So need to be improved. So this model need to improve this by the system dynamic to solve interrelationship and looping between variable to make it as close as possible the actual response. Thank you for your attention. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thank you. Ferry, your voice is mute, maybe.
Sorry. Okay, that's the presentation of Mr. Chocho. Yeah, I will open the opportunity for all participants, and also the other presenter from other sessions as well, who's been coming here in this room. We still have 3 minutes for the answer and question and also discussion. Please, everyone, would like if you would like to maybe give some comment or questions. We still have 3 minutes left. Okay, I will continue the opening questions maybe. Yeah. Some presenter talk about the risk, yeah, in a project delay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But actually
Okay.
the delay uh is the in the real project is we inevitable. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in what perspective in your project using the risk analysis, this is to preventions way or to lesson learned uh, from the project? Which one?
Yeah. Mr. Ferry, thank you. I will give you some information about my article. As we know, factor of variable of risk delay project so many. So we must conclude it, summarize, and uh, become four categories. I make the four categories. The first one is role of owners, because honor can be activity of honor can be delay of the project. The secondly, role of contractor, and the third is role of CM on consultant management, construction management consultant, and the fourth factor is environment and working accident. We make the four category. After that, we make the calculation to determine the force, the dominant of a variable using diagram Pareto, because the variable is so many case, so we can difficult to in-depth analysis. And after that, we have the dominant risk. The dominant risk, we can continue to model with the FTR model. And I remind you, the model is only guess the probability the project if occurrence delay, not measure percentage behind of schedule. So in this research, I give the recommendation to further study how to measure pro progress of behind schedule based on the risk variable. Maybe that's my recommendation of this article. I think it's
Okay. Did you
okay.
consider did you consider that sometime project owner is the causing delay?
Yeah, yeah. As mentioned in this previous model, the delay can be influenced for participant of project and also the environment. And my model indicate the environment is the largest contribute the project delay. So we must mitigate the environment and working factor risk to mitigate wells, to reduce the probability of project delay. I think this the result of my article.
So the client or the project owner is the one of the party have been responsible to the delay, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a quite common problem in construction industry. Actually, in the developing countries, has a very common issue of the delay by the project owner. I think uh, we agree that the in construction management, the base on the client base problem
Yeah,
is
yeah,
very interesting and never ending story. I think that the delay is always happen in the project, but it depends on the context, what the stakeholders can be agree, how far the delay will running out, not the cost running out, but the delays. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, we still have time for discussion. The committee, please help me to see the time. Okay, the time is over, so we can continue in other place or other opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Jojo. Good luck
Okay,
for
you're
you.
welcome. Thank you
Yeah,
very much, Mr. Ferry.
yeah, most welcome. All right, we have the next presenter. I don't know. This is Mr. or Miss, yeah, Aloysia, with the title of the research presentations, risk allocations, implementation analysis of public-private partnership for infrastructure project. Case study of Solo, Yogyakarta, New, New Yogyakarta International Airport, Kulon Progo Highway project. Oh, it's very huge topic. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, and actually I've sent the video to the committee, and maybe I can ask the committee to play the video for me.
Okay, okay. Please start it now.
And for reviewers,
Thank
speakers,
you.
and all participants, thank you for this opportunity. Here, I, Alicia Purnomo, will present to you my recent research about risk allocation implementation analysis of public-private partnership for infrastructure project with case study of the Solo Yogyakarta International Airport Kulon Progo Highway project. I will make this presentation to three main parts. The first part about introduction, the second part about the methods, and the third part is conclusion and discussion parts. And for the introduction, I will tell you about the case study. Solo Yogyakarta International Airport Kulon Progo Highway project is considered as one of the national strategic projects that will be part of Trans-Java Highways. It is planned to be fastest road to connect three international airports from Yogyakarta to Central Java, and this highway set out to be the connector between three big cities, the Golden Triangle of Yogyakarta, Yogyakarta and Central Java. Sorry, they are Semarang, Solo, and Yogyakarta. This project's construction is set out to be built in gradual steps and should be fully operated by the end of 2024. There will be three location markers to its constructions, starting from Kartasura region as a follow-up road from Solo-Semarang highways to Purwomartani Yogyakarta as the first marker, and then from Purwomartani to Gambing, Yogyakarta, where most of the construction designed to be an elevated road, and the last section will start from Gambing and lead to Kulon Progo, exactly the Yogyakarta International Airport in Kulon Progo. And the background of the research, why I have such curiosity about these topics, is that Indonesia is not concentrating on infrastructure development. As the infrastructure sector rapidly grows, it opens wider opportunities for investors. There are many public-private partnership projects are open in Indonesia. And that risk allocation is one of the tipping points to start risk management, especially for public-private partnership infrastructure project. And for the methods, the first step, I do the secondary research to collect supporting data, and the second steps, I do the questionnaire drafting. The third steps, I do the questionnaire distribution to public parties and to private parties. At the fourth step, I do the questionnaire recapitulation. The fifth steps, I do the descriptive analysis to find out how risk allocation are done to the projects. And the sixth steps, I do the risk failure mode and effect analysis to find out about the critical risk and risk response. And for the data and variables, I got 30 questionnaires from public parties, risk metrics from previous studies and PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, and secondary data from public party study about the projects. And I have 60 risk variables for about 12 variables related to contract and regulation, 10 variables related to location and acquisition, about 6 risk variables related to designs issues, for about 15 risk variables related to construction project, for about 10 risk variables related to operational policy, and 4 risk variables related to force measures issues. And for the conclusion and discussion, it is 15% of the risk variables are allocated to public party, and 50% of the risk variables are allocated to private parties, and 35% of the risk variables are shared between parties. And for the critical risk, there are 7 risk variables are classified to critical risk, and from the risk failure mode and effect analysis, it is classified based not only by occurrence and or severity values, but also highest case detection values, where can indicate that risk is not flowed with suitable detection methods and lead to high RPN and risk score. And for the risk response, this diagram should be read that to the right is high impact, and to the up is high probability, where natural disaster with risk response with acceptance, quality control with risk sharing, delays with risk transfer, and budgetary and work schedule change with avoidance. That's all for me. Thank you for your attention, and it will be wonderful for me to accept your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aloysia. Very interesting topic, yeah, with very complex issue in PPP. Yeah. All right. This is the opportunity to all of the participants who has the comment or questions. Please share with us in the chat room or give a message. Any questions for the participant? Okay, I will start it for the questions. Okay, from the diagram, the quadrant, yeah. From the quadrant about the risk acceptance, is it right? The quadrant of the risk acceptance. Yeah, about the natural disaster. Yeah. Yeah. In what way the natural disaster will be acceptable in the risk analysis in your research?
For the first, we need to know that the highways will be built in near the volcano, the Merapi mountain, and it is near with several big river, and that maybe it will be acceptance if the natural disaster happen because of the volcano and also the earthquake, and then giving a big impact to the project, and it gives delays and big loss in big loss in budgetary.
You mean the total loss in the project?
Yeah.
Okay, so the very most risk factors in that project is from the natural disaster.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I mean, that is the most dominant factors in the risk factors in your project in general have been influenced very costly in your project, you mean, based on the natural disaster, I mean.
I'm not giving that much attention natural disaster, and because I think it have designed to accept the condition, you know, it have to be designed to accept the condition in natural disasters.
Okay, just think about that it should be put on the design in the future as well in the public-private partnership. So how far the private sector will accept it in terms of investment issue in this matter?
I'm sorry.
About
voice is not really clear.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about the private sector will accommodate the factors of the natural disaster in terms of investment aspect in the design?
I think it will give a lot of a lot of interest to the disasters. So they give their best to accommodate the disaster issues.
Okay, we move to the chat room. You have a question from Mr. Jojo. In your study, you have already determined a location of risk each participant. How recommendation do you propose to make same risk each participant? Hello.
I'm sorry, I need time to.
Okay.
Maybe Mr. Jojo can explain to me what exactly you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Not quite clear, I think.
Not clear my question. Alicia, I looked your presentation. I don't know what's slide. You have determined the risk, public risk, private risk, and so on. They have the value is not same each party. So I think the project will be fair is the risk is similarly each party maybe.
Maybe I can tell you about the public-private partnership first, that in the project is, this project is actually a project that proposed by the private, not by the public parties. So, and as it is a unsolicited project by the private parties, the public-private partnership is the private parties are being responsible for most of the risk as their role as investor, designer, contractor, and operational agent. And that's why that the private parties hold the biggest risk for the projects.
Okay, it means that the very heterogeneous stakeholder. Yeah, Miss Alosia. Okay, the time is up, so so we have to finish this presentation. And thank you, Miss Aloysia.
Yeah.
And good luck for you. We still have one more question in the chat room. Maybe you can answer directly on the chat room, actually, from the participant.
Here is my background figure. Why maintenance? As we know, after construction, consequences arise in the operational phase of the building, namely for the building manager in maintaining the reliability of the building so that it is always worthy of function. And then, building maintenance is still considered less important in developing countries, so that implementation priorities are not prioritized. Secondly, why preventive maintenance? The maintenance and upkeep of the building become important because it plays a role in maintaining the function of every component in the building and keeping the building in its original condition. And without scheduling either routinely or periodically in building maintenance, which can result in maintenance costs because preventive maintenance is associated with cost to carry out maintenance or replacement activities and cost savings needed to increase the cost required by the system. And then, why using WBS? Work breakdown structure is the process of dividing the result and project work into smaller ones so that it is to manage utilizing the composition techniques. The decomposition technique in WBS can prevent the loss of an element in a component to be maintained. And then WBS also provides a clear picture of what needs to be achieved and how the work will be done. This research aims to create preventive maintenance guidelines for electrical components in buildings, especially government buildings, by breaking down electrical components using work breakdown structures so that the identification of electrical components is complete and well structured. Here is the proposed model. This comes from policies and regulations that are applicable and relevant to preventive maintenance of building, consisting of level 1, namely the name of the project or project name. Level 2, namely the occupational family or work section. Level 3, namely the type of work. And level 4 is the form of work package with derivatives, namely alternative designs. Alternative design is not a level in WBS because it cannot be measured. Preventive maintenance activities in this guideline include inspection, service, and maintenance or repair. These activities are attached to every electrical component included in the alternative design category. Each activity consists of preventive maintenance action and procedures that have been validated by experts in the field of maintenance. Every preventive maintenance action and procedure for each electrical component is equipped with a certain time interval. Generally, the time intervals for preventive maintenance are daily, monthly, weekly, and yearly. The time interval is also validated by experts in the field of maintenance. The procedure for getting the result is archive analysis, relevant previous research, literature studies, and validation by experts in the field of building maintenance. First, identify policies and regulations that are enforced today and are relevant to preventive maintenance. Second is identify the work package level 4 of electrical components of the building that need to be preventive maintenance. And the third is identify the procedures and guidelines used in preventive maintenance work so that a preventive maintenance guideline can be developed on a WBS base. Here is the conclusion of my paper. Some policies and regulations relating to government buildings, especially those relating to maintenance, are sufficient to be used as a basis. In preventive maintenance, there are 4 policies and regulations that apply as a reference. The identification of electrical components obtained from the policies and regulations can be compiled using WBS so that all electrical components in buildings can be identified completely, thoroughly, and well structured. From the result of the validations, there are 22 work packages and 45 alternative designs for electrical components in buildings that need preventive maintenance with each activity, procedure, and preventive action and time intervals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentations. So it's time for the questions and discussion. Please, all of the participants who has a question for the presenter, to share your question in the chat room, or maybe directly. You prefer to talk on the online, on the Zoom online. Please. In a couple of minutes, we have time for the discussion. Oh yeah. Okay, I have a simple questions for Mr. Yuda.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Why the maintenance in your checklist in your presentations? About you mentioned about biannual, is it right?
Yeah, biannually.
Biannual. Okay, biannual. It means that in every 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Why 6 months, not 3 months?
The checklist I have written in my paper is based on the validation by expert I said before. So it is time that the the validator given to me. So it is not based on the not only the manufacturer given. So it is the time that the validator gives to me.
So what the reasons
Yeah.
of what the reason have been mentioned by the expert you have?
Yeah, sorry.
What the reasons give by the expert have been mentioned in your research? Their experience or just best practice?
Oh,
or
yeah.
any other reasons?
There are some criteria that should be achieved of the validators. First, the experiences and where he works or where they works, as is it in the private sector of public sector, something like that.
Okay, who's the expert has been choice in your research work? Because your title is about preventive maintenance. It means that in something behind, yeah, something behind the troubles happen in the electricity component. Who is your respondent?
Oh, some of my respondent is come from public regulation, public works ministry, and some of they are come from government as well.
Any other practitioners over there?
A little bit. They are come from private sector.
From private sector.
Yep.
Okay. Not from the public sector. The practitioners.
No.
No. Okay. We still have time. Committee. Okay. The time is over. Yeah. It's finished. And thank you very much, Mr. Yuda, for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ferry.
Good luck
Thank you,
for
everyone.
you. All right. We still have another presenter, Mr. Ero Prahara Mahardika, with the title of presentation, Evaluations of the Implementation of Fire Safety Management based on work breakdown structure affecting the insurance premium cost of high-rise lecture buildings. Oh, well, it's very interesting topic, I think. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Ero, are you ready?
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for the time. I already sent my presentation to the committee. The committee, please play presentation video. Thank you.
Especially for the lecture building, the most common cause of fire is electrical short circuit. Thank you
Okay.
to all the participants and the committee for allowing me to give a little explanation of my research. Then I will introduce myself. My name is Ero Prahara Mahardika from University of Indonesia. Will present you about my research with the title Evaluation of the Implementation of Fire Safety Management based on work breakdown structure affecting the insurance premium cost of high-rise lectern building. As the background of this research, increase the number of high-rise buildings in Jakarta year to year. Increase case of high-rise building fire in Jakarta. Especially for the lectern building, the most common cause of fire is electrical short circuit. According to the Furnace and Market 2007, in high-rise building must implement a fire safety management. In this research, use a work breakdown structure as a tool. Insurance institution offer building fire coverage that can be utilized by building owners. Fire cause loss of life and property. In addition to building protection, the building also needs to be insured with clear insurance guidelines. But the phenomenon is there are differences in premiums from each insurance institution. The insurance premiums rates have a broad range. In Indonesia, the determination of insurance rates is determined by the Circular Letter Number 6 years 2017 by Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. There are a different premium costs from one insurance to another. The object of this research is high-rise building with the function of a lectern building. There are three definitions of high-rise building. First, according to special regulation of the capital city of Jakarta number 7 years 2010, more than X stories. Second, according to Mulyono, more than 6 stories and height more than 20 meters. Third, according to Hall, if it reaches the maximum range of available firefighting equipment. And then for fire insurance standard policy are first, spreading fire, second, short circuit, third, fire that occurred due to fire of other object in the vicinity. Land activities are not covered. Premium determination in Indonesia according to attachment of Otoritas Jasa Keuangan Circular Letter Number 6 years 2017, which is only based on construction class and building occupancy. There are 4 dimensions of fire safety. First, fire prevention in building. Second, safety of people in the event of fire. Third, monitoring, auditing, and reviewing fire safety system. Fourth, reactive monitoring. This is a research model. Research question 1, processed by a literature study. Research question 2, analysis by a survey and assessment using a questionnaire as a tool. Research question 3, analyze using software smart PLS. And the output is determinant of cost of insurance premiums. This is a research flowchart. Research question 1, make text the source from the literature study and then validate it to the experts. Research question 2 and research question 3 use a questionnaire as a tool to obtain data. After the data is obtained, then an assessment is carried out based on the grade obtained on the questionnaire to answer research question 2. For research question 3, an analysis is carried out using smart PLS software to get any fire safety management indicators that affect the cost of insurance premium. The following is a work breakdown structure of the mechanical and electrical of high-rise lectern building that has been validated and verified by experts. The following are general data of respondents of this research. The total data obtained are 37 lectern building, 100% male with experience less than 10 years to 20 years, 31 years old to 60 years old, highest building starting from 8 floors, and the education from diploma to PhD. Here are the results of research question 2. Graph of the off-range application of fire safety management in each dimension of fire safety management. The highest implementation is on the fire prevention in building dimension. The second is reactive monitoring, 82%. The third is monitoring, auditing, and reviewing fire safety system, 80%. And the lowest implementation is on the second dimension, that is people safety in the fire incident, 78%. This statistic serves to test the significance of the relationship in the structural model, seen from significant value between the X variable and Y variable. If a value is less than 1.946, then the X variable has a significant effect on the Y variable. In the t-statistic table, it can be seen that x2 is less significant. And then PET coefficient is an analytical technique used to analyze the inherent causal relationship between variable range in a temporary order by using PET coefficient as a value in determining the magnitude of the effect of exogenous independent variable on endogenous dependent variable. Each variable has a negative effect on y. This means that if more applying the x variable, the less y will be. The conclusion is, for the research question 1, mechanical electrical work breakdown structure can be used to describe fire safety management indicators. Second, the application of fire safety management in high-rise electrical building is not yet 100% complete, but with an average value of 81%, it means that it's in the good category. The fourth variable in fire safety management have a significant negative effect on the determining of premium cost, starting from the most influential. First, fire prevention on building. Second, reactive monitoring. Third, monitoring, auditing, and reviewing fire safety system. Fourth, safety of people in the event of a fire. This is the reference, and thank you.
Okay. Very interesting presentations about safety and insurance. All right. I will open the opportunity to the participant to give some questions or discussion. Please. Okay, I think not yet. The participants still thinking about the questions. Okay, I will start the first questions about the rationale to put the mechanical electrical works as the basis of the discussion in terms of safety aspect in the buildings have been concluded in your presentations. What the rationale?
Because sorry, please repeat again, sir.
Yeah, what the rationale that the mechanical electrical works in your WBS, yeah, in the work breakdown structure as a basis of the what you mean the safety aspect, safety maintenance aspect in your conclusion. Is it what the rationale?
Yes. Because the fire safety management in the high-rise building is based on the mechanical and electrical work.
You mean the predominant? You mean the predominant works is mechanical electrical?
Yeah.
Okay. How much the proportion of the mechanical electrical in high-rise building in your case?
The proportional.
Proportion, yeah, the proportion of the mechanical electrical works in your WBS. Is it
The
a half
proportion
or greater than a half percent of the total work or something?
From the total work.
Yeah.
From mechanical and electrical in that high-rise building.
A half or less than a half or maybe more than 75%? Have you investigated in that issue, or just the total item of works?
No, I'm identification to the many buildings, and I get the data from that. The number of building is about 30 lectern high-rise building.
Okay. I mean the composition of the mechanical electrical works. How many percent?
Totally in average 80%.
80%, right? It's quite big. Yeah,
Total.
quite big. Okay. Okay, we still have time for the participant to give some questions. You can put on the chat room. Oh, the time is over. Oh, lucky you. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahardika. Good luck for you.
Thank you,
and
sir.
See you next time.
Thank you.
All right, we move to the next presenter, Miss Ida Ayu Oka Suwati Sidaman, with the title of presentations, Risk Analysis of Shared Marine Space in the View of Traditional Fishermen Perceptions in the National Tourism Strategy Area of Lombok, Indonesia. Wow. Okay. Are you ready, Miss Ida? Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I have sent my video.
Okay.
Maybe just play. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please, committee to share the video. All right. We can start it by now.
Dear all audience and participant, let me Ida Sidaman from Mataram University to present our research. The title is Risk Analysis of Shared Marine Space in the View of Traditional Fishermen Perception in the National Tourism Strategic Area of Lombok, Indonesia. My team is Professor Nyoman Budiarta Rakamandi from Udayana University, Dr. Ida Bagus Putu Adnyana from Udayana University, and Dr. Ngakan Ketut Aswin Dwijendra from Udayana University. The outline of my presentation, the first is introduction, then research methodology, and research discussion, and the last one is conclusion. Here is Gili Indah, the three small islands, namely Gili Trawangan, Gili Air, and Gili Meno. The main island of them is Lombok. So everyday people from Gili Indah, Gili Trawangan, and Gili Meno go to Lombok to find their domestic needed. This area is consists of some zones, namely core zones, sustainable fishing and fishing zones, and conservation zones. So there are three movements here. First is tourism movement. The priority of this movement is passenger comfort. The main risk is collision. Then the second movement is local movement. The priority of this movement is how to make load factor close or even in some case more than one. So the main risk is overloading. The last one is traditional fisherman movement. The priority of this movement is how to get fish. So the main risk of this movement is lost. Because the three movement is in the same marine space, in addition to original risk, it is also predicted there will be derivative risk as a result of intersection of the risk. By assuming that fishermen are the potential to bear the heaviest risk, this research is conducted on the risk of fishermen through to their own perception. The hypothesis of this research is predicted that the risk from the movement of the fishermen will have an impact on economic and it caused by old ship engine. Our methodology, this research is run on the cause-effect analysis method. Cause-effect analysis is a structured method to identify the possible cause of risk. Data. The respondent or sample is built of the accident sampling method. It means all of the fishermen can be the respondent or sample of this research. The validation test is done by search triangulation method. The search used to validate is expert opinion. In this case, port authority. Dear audience, so then we go to risk analysis. All of the answer of fishermen that press it on level of risk will show the response of the risk, and then we find the priority risk, so we can go to the risk owner to draw the recommendation. Result and discussion. Fishermen perception of the risk come from the causes of machine, traffic management, and fish. The sub-causes of each causes is machine life from machine causes, and organizational synergy, time schedule, port service, and information come from traffic management. And the last one, fishermen think that tourists disinterest of their fish. The highest score come from information as the sub-causes of the risk. Then we go to validation test. We asked the expert about what they think about fisherman perception, and we found that 7% deviation data, or it means below than 10, it means the data is valid and we can take it as our data for research. Here is our risk owner map, and we found that the owner of two priority risk causes is port authority. The mitigation that can be done is shared updating information. Now we make a second interview to the respondent, and we got that they think as the SWOT analysis, the most important thing that they said that the weakness came from their own ability. And they said they worry about the decreasing of local wisdom as the threat. So the conclusion. The primary hypothesis is rejected in this case because first we think that the problem of shift engine could be the cause, but then we know from the fisherman perception the priority issues come from the traffic management, where the main sub-causes is information of shipping. Then our recommendation is, for next research, using culture and social capital from fishermen to overcome the weakness which, according to fishermen perception, are high value. So this is all of our research, and I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. It's quite interesting issue. I think this is the social issue, Miss Ida.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, that's very challenging. Okay, I will give the opportunity for the participant to give maybe some comment or some questions based on Miss Ida presentations. Please, for the participant, you can put some questions or some comments in the chat room. Okay, I will start the question. Actually, I'm interested in this issue. Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. In the main area of the qualitative research is my domain as well. Even I'm a civil engineer, but the social issue is predominantly exists in the infrastructure development in Indonesia. We have a very heterogeneous culture, people, and the ultimate issue is what we call it is interest. Yeah, the various interests from the stakeholder. Yeah, what is in your research? My question is, what is the top rank of the issue? I mean, the social issue in fisherman management.
Well, actually, I love to work in inclusion area. I mean, it should be balanced for everybody. I think we agree about that. Well, this area, it should be for fishermen. It's a long time ago, it just for fishermen. Then it was decided to be a conservation area. Then it changed after 2015. The National Tourism Strategic Area. So it's a kind of, in a small thinking, it's a kind of how to remove this fishermen to other side of the small islands, because we need the area for sell as a tourism area. It's good. I mean, it's good. We got money from this area, but then we have to think that how about the fishermen? Then we said that, okay, we share the space, the marine space, three of us, the tourism movement, then fishermen, then because they have native people over there that couldn't find some domestic lodging from their own small islands, so they have to go daily to main island. So we serve for three movement: logistic or local movement, then tourism, and then fishermen. So in this case, it's a pity to say that must be some dominant movement, and could be some what we say. I don't like to say that it's an the most risk of the fishermen. They have the risk, the very high risk of their movement due to their ship, due to their characteristic of movement, that they have to stop in some space to fishing, and then suddenly the very fast boat run in front of them. So it's problem for the fishermen. So I think it's one of my reasons to do it. It's
Yeah,
new for me
okay.
as well because I never work in social research.
Yeah. Did you include the local authority rather than just port authority? I mean the local government, Pemda in Indonesia, rather than just port authority. It's quite simple thing, but the problem is quite complex to talk with many stakeholders. Have you included the local authority in the higher level?
Well, it's a difficult question because it's a national strategic area, so it must be work in national government.
It's difficult to deal with, yeah.
It's quite difficult, but well, I really want to. It's a part of my research. Well, it's for my study, and I'd like to, after this research, I will have a recommendation to do it more deeply about that. Then I will have a recommendation. I think I will have a recommendation such as like forum or something like that. That government, the fisherman has a space to prove that they can do something for this area.
You mean you will conduct the FGD in the future?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, is there any other questions?
Yeah, sorry.
In the chat room.
Okay.
Sharing space obviously will cause the risk, but the benefit will be increased too. The fishermen will but the benefit will increase too. The fishermen will easily sell their fish to the tourists.
I think I can reach this point. Due to pandemic, at the first year of this pandemic period, yes, some of the fishermen be guide tour. It's not really guide tour, but they got this job. But then it means if they go with tourists, it means they can't do fishing right like the schedule. Yes, they have benefit as well, but they have to fight with the formal tourism agency.
Okay, this is very interesting discussion, but unfortunately we have limited time. Okay. The time is over, Miss Ida. Thank you very much. Good luck for your research. Yeah, see you next time. Okay, the last sessions, last but not least, from the invited speaker have been coming in this room. Dr. E. Nyoman D. Pahangputra with the title of presentations, Application for Periodizations of Building Maintenance in the Construction Works. Before we start the presentations, I would like to read the CV of Dr. Nyoman. Yeah, the full name, Dr. E. Nyoman Dita Pahangputra, STMT. Yeah, the professions as the lecturer of the civil engineering in structure, construction management, and spatial econometric property at University of Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur, Surabaya, East Java, Indonesia. Also as a practitioner in structure, construction management, and spatial econometric property. The education background, he got the bachelor degree from civil engineering structure in National Institute of Technology, master degree as well in the in the same institution, yeah, in civil engineering, construction management, and spatial econometric property, and the doctoral degree as well in the same area. The experience as the expert in the project management unit in the Office of Cipta Karya and Spatial of Surabaya City Government since 2011. Also, the leader of PT Royan Jaya, PT Yamaha Musical Product Indonesia, Pier Rembang Pasuruan, development of mezzanine structure of WF steel portal with bondex and steel plate. Dr. Nyoman, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferry Hermawan. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I have late because I had to present a meeting in Surabaya City Government because in the face of pandemic, so impact the implementation the project, exactly public project. Okay, I will start my presentation. Okay, my title application for periodization of building maintenance. At the planning and design stage of building, considers the structure of the building as a tall building plays an important role. Although many building construction don't pay attention to building maintenance issues. From the planning and design stage, maintenance aspect during building operations need to be taken into account. That's no least important. From Rostianti, 2005, it's important. Good design, in addition to seeing the needs, must also pay attention to the issue of building operations, including maintenance activities. Based on the above, it's necessary for the readiness of stakeholders to be able to carry out maintenance on all the facilities that have been built. Building maintenance is part of construction work activities and business services that can be provided by general construction work. The provision of accurate data and information in the implementation of construction work is established through an integrated information system. This is aligned with the explanation in the law of the Republic of Indonesia, number 2, 2015, concerning construction services. In the appendix of the Minister of Public Works Regulation, number 24 PRTM 2008, page 1, concerning guidelines for building maintenance, it explains that building maintenance is an activity to maintain the reliability of buildings and their infrastructure and facilities so that the building is always functional. Preventive maintenance. According to Combine et al. 2019, preventive maintenance guarantees all components of building facilities up to the service life of the building, consisting of 2, namely routine maintenance and predictive maintenance. Okay, determination of component and types of work that require maintenance is measured after the maintenance period ends or the second handover, FHO, final handover ends, based on the regulation of the Government Goods and Services Procurement Policy Agency or LKPP, Lembaga Kebijakan Pengadaan Barang Jasa Pemerintah, number 9 of 2018 concerning guidelines for the implementation of the procurement of goods and services through providers. It explains the maintenance period for permanent construction work for a minimum of 6 months. Based on the result of observation and interviews, the component and types of work that often and very often require maintenance are described in Table 1. Okay, component and type of work. Architecture, glass wall or tempered glass, ceramic, mosaic walls, marble wall, wall with cladding aluminum, composite cover, triplex ceiling, acoustic ceiling, gypsum ceiling, wooden ceiling, metal ceiling, blocks and leads and hinges, sliding door, rolling door, folding door, aluminum frame, wooden frame, plastic frames and iron frames, door closure. And structure, foundation, steel structure, trusses, roof construction, pillars or other auxiliary part, concrete structures, floor slabs, beams, columns, composite building structure, red brick wall or block, rubber stone wall, concrete wall, wooden wall. And component mechanical, types of work, shower, clean water line, sanitary equipment, water faucet, sink, air conditioning, vertical communication system, fire protection system, plumbing and pump systems, electrical systems, electronic systems, and outdoor layout, safety tank, gutter, floor drain, exterior paint, roof covering, displaying wood, and list of glass fiber cement. Okay, and in figure 1, information system development. From 3 or regional apparatus work unit include building maintenance division and head of regional apparatus work unit. From building maintenance division can entire the input, code, name of building, FHO time, schedule of maintenance, component and type of work, quantity, unit cost, and development cost. And then system information from infrastructure section in building 1, in building 2, in building 3, in building N. Verification can entire from infrastructure section, name of building, FHO time, schedule of maintenance, component and type of work, quantity. And then output, total cost, level of damage, monthly maintenance, and total maintenance cost of each and every building. Head of regional apparatus work unit or kepala dinas, kepala satuan kerja perangkat daerah, can decision making in the implementation of building maintenance. The level of damage, based on regulation of the Ministry of Public of Work number 24, 2008, minor damage, maximum cost is 35% of the highest unit cost for the construction of new building. Middle damage, 45%. The highest unit cost for the construction. Major damage, 65% of the highest unit cost. Special maintenance requires special handling or in effort to improve the shape of the building. And then display for building maintenance division can add building data, okay, code building. First enter code building and then building name, yeah. Example school, if it's time 29 October 2021, schedule of maintenance 29 November 2021, and can entire the quantity, cost, and automatically total cost. Like this, fire drains, quantity 1, exterior point 50, roof covering roof 2, displaying wood 2, and unit cost 40,000, 25,000, 60,000, 50,000, and then automatically total cost maintenance 2,045,000. Development cost simple this presentation 1,050,000 500 million. And then form of maintenance from building infrastructure section, then verification if it's time and quantity. Building section infrastructure section in its building cannot change the unit cost and total cost. This display from head of the average units can see code of building, building name, quantity, cost, and total cost. Example from the application can count maintenance costs, and development costs, and automatically level of damage, minor damage, because 0.16% under 35% from regulation. Conclusions: building maintenance can be operated through an application program that is easy to use and can be scheduled with more measurability so that building maintenance can be carried out periodically. In this building maintenance application, the total maintenance cost for each building can be generated every month in each year, and the total maintenance costs for the entire building and every month to each year, and the level of damage can be generated for each maintenance carried out on each building, and it's known which component and type of work must be carried out on a monthly basis. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Newman, for the interesting presentations. This is the application. Have been implemented in the government as well? Sorry. Hello, Dr. Newman, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. I can hear you.
Okay. This application is implemented or still on the development in the government?
Okay, repeat.
Yeah.
My
question. Yeah, my question is this application. Yeah. Is Is it implemented or not yet in the government or
Okay.
in the authority?
Okay. Good question. This application developed for my team. Maybe next month I want to present my major in Surabaya City because this application so it's needed in Surabaya City because for accelerated to implement the project building exactly project-project in PL penunjukan langsung.
Okay.
Okay.
Direct appointed, yeah. Okay. I will give the opportunity for all the participants to give the questions to the presenter, the invited speaker, about the presentations previously. Okay. All right. Any question from the participant? I also remind you, all of the participants, to click the presentation. The link has been circulated in the chat room. Yeah, please fill the form, your presents. On your mind. About the application itself, what the limitation of the application?
Okay. My concept of information system so restricted from many constraints in Surabaya City because many projects have to execute from government sample government building, school building, culinary building, public and facility building, pedestrian, trotoar, shower, and many project others. Yeah. The limitation from such information is constrained by knowledge of infrastructure section in its building, because if knowledge of infrastructure section in its building not not know to how to maintain the component and type of work, this is impact to duration of maintenance in its building. Okay.
Okay, Thank you, Dr. Raymond. Any other question for the presenter from participant? We still have time, committee. Okay, we still have 1 minute left. We have allocated for 1 minute more for the question and discussion. If the participant need to ask, okay, there are one questions. Dr. Newman, to choose a priority. Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see
Next.
the
Good question from my colleague.
Yeah.
Mrs. Ani from Jember University. It's only on the cost component or including the risk priority. Cost component or cost of type of work. This decision in the hands of head of regional apparatus, because the system only can manage component and type of work that exactly in the project accurate in the real
the real cost, you mean?
Okay, in the real event and the real cost and the real development cost.
All right. Okay. Okay. I think the time is over. Thank you very much, Dr. Yaman, for the good presentations today, and also your sharing information and knowledge to us. Because the time is limited, we can discuss in another time, another place. Yeah. Good luck for you, Dr. Newman.
Thank you.
All right. The time is over. Thank you very much for the wonderful presenters in this room. Yeah, I'm appreciate for all of you still stay in this room, these sessions. And thank you very much for sharing knowledge, informations, a little bit fun. Yeah, to share with. Yeah. We hope that in the future we can collaborate maybe and do the research together and change the informations for a good opportunity, the wealthiness, the prosperity of Indonesia, yeah, and other country as well in the globe. We have to influence and a good innovations for the civil engineering, particularly in the rehabilitation and maintenance field. Thank you very much for your time and your cooperations and your passions. Yeah, and I'm Ferry Hermawan as the moderator. We'll close these sessions. I will give it this time to the committee. Thank you very much for all of you.
A building is inseparable with rehabilitation and maintenance. Rehabilitation and maintenance in civil engineering is as important as planning and designing. Rehabilitation is defined as the effort to regain building and infrastructure's function once defected or weakened, while maintenance is the effort to keep the building and infrastructure working as planned. The Department of Civil Engineering 11 Maret University, in collaboration with the Department of Civil Engineering Mataram University, proudly present to you the 5th International Conference on Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering, Advanced Research and Technology for Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering.
Civil Engineering Department of 11 Maret University, in collaboration with other university partners, organized the 5th International Conference on Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering, or ICRMCE. This conference is initially scheduled to hold offline in Mataram, Nusa Tenggara Barat, Indonesia. However, due to the escalating COVID-19 outbreak and the need for social distancing, we finally decided to shift the conference online. This conference is providing a forum for researchers, academicians, government agencies, consultants, and constructors to exchange experiences, technological advancement, and innovation regarding rehabilitation and maintenance of buildings and infrastructures. The previews for ICRMCE were successfully held in 2009, 2012, 2015, and the last one 2018, respectively. We hope that the ongoing conference will be a success and will serve as a positive step forward in the future. Stay healthy, and we look forward at the conference.
The Civil Engineering Study Program, University of Mataram, was born on November 8, 1991. The Department of Civil Engineering is supported by field of expertise of lecturers is divided into 5, 4 which are lab-based, plus the field of expertise in construction management. Until 2018, 2,243 civil engineering graduates have graduated. Civil Engineering Diponegoro University was established in 1958 to meet the needs of civil engineering experts in Semarang. The curriculum for the Bachelor of Civil Engineering program at Diponegoro University is designed so that graduates are able to understand the concepts. The Department of Civil Engineering Universitas Jember is part of its Faculty of Engineering. At this time, the Civil Engineering Undergraduate Study Program is accredited A by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education. Universitas Jenderal Sudirman. The Department of Civil Engineering was established simultaneously with the Bachelor of Engineering program, which was the forerunner of the Faculty of Engineering, UNSUR. Civil Engineering UPN Veteran East Java has facilities in the form of 5 laboratories. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. UMY's Civil Engineering Study Program is one of the first study programs held when Muhammadiyah University of Yogyakarta was established in 1981 and has received the accreditation of Grade A. Utama Karya is a construction company whose shares are 100% owned by the government of the Republic of Indonesia through the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises or BUMN as shareholder. ADI's status as a limited liability company encourages ADI to continue to provide the best for every stakeholder during the development of ADI and the growing construction industry in Indonesia. The intensity of competition and price wars between the construction industries has made the company redefine its vision and mission. PT Waskita Karya Tbk, a state-controlled company, is an Indonesian general contractor engaged in a wide range of construction activities including highways, bridges, buildings, facilities. PT Wijaya Karya Rekayasa Konstruksi or Wikarekon is a subsidiary of PT Wijaya Karya Persero Tbk or Wika, which is designed to be an integrated, aggressive, innovative, and professional company.
A building is inseparable with rehabilitation and maintenance. Rehabilitation and maintenance in civil engineering is as important as planning and designing. Rehabilitation is defined as the effort to regain building and infrastructure's function once defected or weakened, while maintenance is the effort to keep the building and infrastructure working as planned. The Department of Civil Engineering 11 Maret University, in collaboration with the Department of Civil Engineering Mataram University, proudly present to you the 5th International Conference on Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering, Advanced Research and Technology for Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering.
Civil Engineering Department of 11 Maret University, in collaboration with other university partners, organized the 5th International Conference on Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering or ICRMCE. This conference is initially scheduled to hold offline in Mataram, Nusa Tenggara Barat, Indonesia. However, due to the escalating COVID-19 outbreak and the need for social distancing, we finally decided to shift the conference online. This conference is providing a forum for researchers, academicians, government agencies, consultants, and constructors to exchange experiences, technological advancement, and innovation regarding rehabilitation and maintenance of buildings and infrastructures. The previews for ICRMCE were successfully held in 2009, 2012, 2015, and the last one 2018, respectively. We hope that the ongoing conference will be a success and will serve as a positive step forward in the future. Stay healthy, and we look forward at the conference.
The Civil Engineering Study Program, University of Mataram, was born on November 8, 1991. The Department of Civil Engineering is supported by field of expertise of lecturers is divided into 5, 4 which are lab-based, plus the field of expertise in construction management. Until 2018, 2,243 civil engineering graduates have graduated. Civil Engineering Diponegoro University was established in 1958 to meet the needs of civil engineering experts in Semarang. The curriculum for the Bachelor of Civil Engineering program at Diponegoro University is designed so that graduates are able to understand the concepts, The Department of Civil Engineering Universitas Jember is part of its Faculty of Engineering. At this time, the Civil Engineering Undergraduate Study Program is accredited A by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education. Universitas Jenderal Sudirman. The Department of Civil Engineering was established simultaneously with the Bachelor of Engineering program, which was the forerunner of the Faculty of Engineering, UNSUR. Civil Engineering UPN Veteran East Java has facilities in the form of 5 laboratories. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. UMY's Civil Engineering Study Program is one of the first study programs held when Muhammadiyah University of Yogyakarta was established in 1981 and has received the accreditation of Grade A. Utama Karya is a construction company whose shares are 100% owned by the government of the Republic of Indonesia through the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises or BUMN as shareholder. ADI's status as a limited liability company encourages ADI to continue to provide the best for every stakeholder during the development of ADI and the growing construction industry in Indonesia. The intensity of competition and price wars between the construction industries has made the company redefine its vision and mission. PT Waskita Karya Tbk, a state-controlled company, is an Indonesian general contractor engaged in a wide range of construction activities including highways, bridges, buildings, facilities. PT Wijaya Karya Rekayasa Konstruksi or Wikarekon is a subsidiary of PT Wijaya Karya Persero Tbk or Wika, which is designed to be an integrated, aggressive, innovative, and professional company.
A building is inseparable with rehabilitation and maintenance. Rehabilitation and maintenance in civil engineering is as important as planning and designing. Rehabilitation is defined as the effort to regain building and infrastructure's function once defected or weakened, while maintenance is the effort to keep the building and infrastructure working as planned. The Department of Civil Engineering 11 Maret University, in collaboration with the Department of Civil Engineering Mataram University, proudly present to you the 5th International Conference on Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering, Advanced Research and Technology for Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering.
Civil Engineering Department of 11 Maret University, in collaboration with other university partners, organized the 5th International Conference on Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering or ICRMCE. This conference is initially scheduled to hold offline in Mataram, Nusa Tenggara Barat, Indonesia. However, due to the escalating COVID-19 outbreak and the need for social distancing, we finally decided to shift the conference online. This conference is providing a forum for researchers, academicians, government agencies, consultants, and constructors to exchange experiences, technological advancement, and innovation regarding rehabilitation and maintenance of buildings and infrastructures. The previous 4 ICRMCE were successfully held in 2009, 2012, 2015, and the last one 2018, respectively. We hope that the ongoing conference will be a success and will serve as a positive step forward in the future. Stay healthy, and we look forward at the conference.
The Civil Engineering Study Program, University of Mataram, was born on November 8, 1991. The Department of Civil Engineering is supported by field of expertise of lecturers is divided into 5, 4 which are lab-based, plus the field of expertise in construction management. Until 2018, 2,243 civil engineering graduates have graduated. Civil Engineering Diponegoro University was established in 1958 to meet the needs of civil engineering experts in Semarang. The curriculum for the Bachelor of Civil Engineering program at Diponegoro University is designed so that graduates are able to understand the concepts. The Department of Civil Engineering Universitas Jember is part of its Faculty of Engineering. At this time, the Civil Engineering Undergraduate Study Program is accredited A by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education. Universitas Jenderal Sudirman. The Department of Civil Engineering was established simultaneously with the Bachelor of Engineering program, which was the forerunner of the Faculty of Engineering, UNSUR. Civil Engineering UPN Veteran East Java has facilities in the form of 5 laboratories. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. UMY's Civil Engineering Study Program is one of the first study programs held when Muhammadiyah University of Yogyakarta was established in 1981 and has received the accreditation of Grade A. Utama Karya is a construction company whose shares are 100% owned by the government of the Republic of Indonesia through the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises or BUMN as shareholder. ADI's status as a limited liability company encourages ADI to continue to provide the best for every stakeholder during the development of ADI and the growing construction industry in Indonesia. The intensity of competition and price wars between the construction industries has made the company redefine its vision and mission. PT Waskita Karya Tbk, a state-controlled company, is an Indonesian general contractor engaged in a wide range of construction activities including highways, bridges, buildings, facilities. PT Wijaya Karya Rekayasa Konstruksi or Wikarekon is a subsidiary of PT Wijaya Karya Persero Tbk or Wika, which is designed to be an integrated
Okay, the second round parallel session will be started. Please be ready. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the second round parallel session of the 5th of Advanced Research and Technology for Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering. I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Zeta Rasulia Kamandang, a civil engineering lecturer of University of Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur. I am the moderator of this parallel session. In this session, we have 6 papers that will be presented by the presenters through the videos that have been sent to our committee before. After the presentation video played, the audience in this session is allowed to ask any question regarding the presentation to the presenter. But unfortunately, due to the limited time that we have, the presenter will be only answer like 1 or 2 questions. Before we start, I want to ensure that all participants have already in this room. So I will call the participants' name one by one. Mr. Mi'wanul Kosiin, are you in this room?
Yes, I'm ready.
Mrs. Fajar Srihandayani?
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you. Mr. Heri Awan Susanto?
Yes,
Or,
I'm in.
Okay. Mr. Hermawan? Mr. Hermawan, are you here? Not yet. Okay. Mr. Christian Tonotejo. You already here, Mr.?
I'm ready. You hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello, yes. I cannot hear your voice clearly. Maybe you have to switch the microphone before your presentation.
Okay.
Yes?
Can you hear me?
Pardon?
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, but not clearly, but not clear. Maybe you have to switch your microphone. Okay. And we have the last presenter, Mr. Mayrizal, or maybe he is still on praying room. Yeah, maybe. Okay.
I will prepare.
Okay.
I'm preparing because
okay.
still preparing azan.
Because
I will be the last. Yeah, I will be the last. Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay,
You will be
thank
the
you.
last presenter. It's okay,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Mayrizal. Yeah, I think it's everyone is already here, or did I miss someone? No, right? Okay. So let's start this session. To embark on a paper entitled Implementing a Relational Database in Processing Construction Project Documents will be played first. Mr. Miwanu Kosiin, please be ready because the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Mikwan Al-Khasiin from UPN Veteran Jawa Timur. Today I'm going to share my research topic about implementing a relational database in processing construction project documents. Okay, let's talk about the data in construction site. As we know, construction site has several divisions. Engineering division, they have a design. They produce a lot of drawings. In production division, they have work items and they arrange the project schedule. In warehouse divisions, of course, they have a project resource list. And in administration division, they have cost items because they control the cost. However, sometimes our project manager requests some of data, project cash flow, supply chain management, and project quantity. Because of the documents are huge, wide, and complex, it needs the role of RDBMS. What is RDBMS? RDBMS is a powerful tool in managing large area of data efficiently and can maintain it for a very long period. They related to one another through a unique ID. And for this study, is using SQL. This is the workflow of construction documents. After we got the project design, detail, and engineering designs, the engineer will make a cost pattern structure, and the operational manager will make a work pattern structure. The purpose of CBS is to make cost items, to have quantity takeoff process, and then making a list of resource, unit price analysis, and finally we got a budget line. And WBS is for arranging the project schedule. Between CBS and WBS have a relationship one to many or one to one. Okay, this is the raw data and the raw tables collected from the whole divisions from the projects and already put unique ID in every single items. The first table is resource table, and resource cost item table, cost item table, work item table, work item cost item table, and drawing table. In order to make a relationship one to another table. And in step 1, we got the ER diagrams. Those 6 tables are related each other. Every single table are related each other, integrated each other through the ID number, or the primary key and the foreign key that we already built. Data fetching will be fast because a relational approach. Data can be easily accessed using SQL query. Multiple data elements can be accessed at the same time. Okay, step 2, SQL language. To demonstrate the 3 data that requested by the project manager, we also need 3 separate SQL scripts to call the data in the query and RDBMS. The first table is supply chain management, and then second table script is project cash flow, and the last script is quantity takeoff. And finally, this is the execution result. The first table is supply chain management table. We got the around 86 resources with a cost associated cost ID, a unit, quantity, start, finish date, and duration, price, and cost. And finally, the total price is 1.5 billion for 109 days. And okay, let's talk to the table 2. We have 23 cost items, and the total price are the same, 1.5 billion for 109 days. The last table is quantity takeoff. We have 24 cost items and associated with the drawing ID. And we can submit it, the whole 3 of tables to our project manager. In the end, the conclusion is the total price is 1.5 billion with the project duration 109 days. The integration process associated items went smoothly, that the total duration and project value from the first table and second table had the same value. The result of the analysis are more accurate and efficient. Data or queries can be stored for a long time and can also be updated as needed. In addition, RDBMS is proven to be able to help process project documents to be better and more advanced. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mirwanul Kosiin. Please, anyone, if you have any question regarding to this presentation, you can type on the chat, or maybe you can turn on your microphone so you can ask the presenter directly. Okay, since there are no participants that ask you, maybe I can ask you a question first.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you stated before that you have 3 data requested by the project parties. Yeah, I forget at what slide you presented. My question is in the first slide. Okay, yeah. Did you collect questionnaire or something?
No. Okay. This data is come from my previous projects, low-rise building in Pasuruan. So it's there is I collected together from the whole division, from engineering division, warehouse division, administration division. So we got a lot of data of projects. So, it's historical projects.
So you didn't need to collect new data or questionnaire for this research, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We still have time. Maybe I will ask you another question. In your opinion, do this idea is suitable and can be implemented to the case project parties in Indonesia?
Yes, of course. The background of this idea is to help the practitioner to make easier, to make efficient in processing the documents that we know is very huge as complex, because so far is still using conventional or traditional way. So I propose the new technology to help the engineer in processing the project documents. I think this would be would be great if the contractor will if apply this way.
Wonderful. It will be very useful, I think.
Yeah.
The last question. Does the project party need any, the software to use this technology? Any software?
Yeah, there's a lot of software that we can use in the area of data science. For example, SQL, and I think it's in the third slide that I mentioned a lot of software there. So we can just choose the best one of the best one application. So we can choose the application to manage the documents.
Okay, thank you. Okay, for all the participants, do you have another question? Because we still have like 2 minutes before we move to the second paper.
Yeah.
Okay, we're still waiting.
Maybe one more question, yeah, to
okay,
make
sure.
final question. Thank you, Ms. or Mrs. Seta, yeah. In your presentation, there's about supply chain, yeah.
Yes.
And then how is the effect short on long supply chain to quantity take-off? For example, rebar steel, rebar steel we know from Paralel steel, and then and the other vendor is maybe Master Steel, the distance from Jakarta and to one of project Surabaya and one of project. How is the effect the long or distant supply chain in quantity takeoff?
Okay, thank you for the question. I will try to answer it. Okay, this study is to process the data in every division of projects. We know that it's a lot of the huge data there, right? So if we control it, if we control the data efficiently and can save on the data in the long period, we can monitor the data. And for example, the Reaper associate with what drawing ID, associate with weight structure, associate with division, associate with everything. If we can control it and we can save in the long period, even in maintenance period, we still have the data and can still manage the projects. And for the supply chains, of course, if we have the data, how many rebar that we need, how many volume, how many kilograms, how many tons that we have need. From this study, we know clearly how many, and start the timeline, the start date and the finish date, the need of rebar. So I think this will be easy if we control the data first. Everything will be easy, would be smooth, going smoothly.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Most welcome.
Okay, time is up. So maybe you can answer another question. Oh no, there's no another question in the chat room. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mitwano Kosian.
Thank you very much.
So, okay, now we move to the second paper entitled Reducing the Release of Greenhouse Gases in the Rigid Pavement Material Transport Process Unit. Mrs. Fajar Sri Handayani, please be ready.
Good morning, everybody. I am Fajar Sri Handayani, Lecturer Civil Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, 11 Maret University in Indonesia. On this occasion, I am going to give my presentation entitled Reducing the Release of Greenhouse Gases in the Rigid Pavement Material Transportation Process Unit. My presentation will be divided into three parts. The first is introduction, the second is result and discussion, and then the last is conclusion. Now, let's get started. Road construction activities have a significant impact on the environment in the form of greenhouse gas emission or GHG emission. Based on World Bank research result, GHG emission due to construction project in Indonesia in the period of 2009 to 2019 was estimated at 29.9 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. To anticipate the increase of GHG emission, the government responded by issuing important strategies in infrastructure development, namely sustainable development strategies. One of the criteria for sustainable development is effort to reduce GHG emission in construction activities. Reduction greenhouse gas emission on pavement require a complete understanding of how the life cycle of construction project impact the environment. Like the other products, road pavement also produce GHG emission throughout its service life, which start for the material, production, construction, operational, and maintenance stages. Life cycle of road pavement consists of four main activity phases, namely design phase, construction phase, use phase, and maintenance phase. Each phase of the main activity consists of several processing units. The unit process at the construction phase are maintenance production, transportation to mixing plant, mixing process in bathing plant, transportation to site, and activity at the site. Every activity in the process unit release of GHG emissions. The aim of this study is to estimate and evaluate the reduction of GHG emission in the rigid pavement material transportation process unit. The life cycle assessment, which is used to estimate the GHG emission. The evaluation of GHG emission reduction is not only on the percentage of the reduction, but also on the cost effectiveness of reduction. The recapitulation of the calculation of GHG emission released in the rigid pavement construction process presented in table. In this case study, the LCA process calculation result in the scope from raw material to the kit before the operation process. The material production process unit released the latest GHG emission of 1.4 million kilogram carbon dioxide equivalents, or 87%, while the transportation process unit released GHG emission by 177,000 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalent, or 11% of total emission. The strategy to reduce GHG emission in this case study was carried out by looking at how much GHG emission will be reduced by using a dump truck transportation with a large bag capacity. That this dump truck with bucket capacity 10 tons, 20 tons, and 24 tons. Recapitulation of GHG emission percentage of reduction and cost effectiveness presented in this table. The result of the calculation shown that the variance of dump truck use in the aggregate and sand transportation unit causes a reduction in GHG emission by 2.9% until 6.2%. The emission reduction strategy with use a large capacity dump truck will reduce the biggest emission as well, but this strategy requires the biggest effectiveness cost. In this case study, when evaluated from its cost effectiveness value, alternative one is a greenhouse gas emission reduction strategy and the most effective pavement material transportation unit process. And the conclusion, the reduction of greenhouse gas emission in the variant of the use of dump truck in the material transportation process unit 2 vaccine plant range for 2.9% until 6.2%. Based on the value of cost effectiveness, the use of dump truck with bucket capacity 10 tons is the most effective strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emission in the material transportation process unit. That's my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Fajar. As I know this issue, I mean the emission in construction engineering, construction project is very popular nowadays. Most of foreign researchers are working into this issue. I think it's very interesting. Okay, could you please explain, Mrs. Fajar? I have a question. How we do calculation of GHG emission in the construction project, because I have no idea how to calculate the emission if I am in the project. Could you please explain to us? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cheta. In the research, I am to calculate the GHG emission. I was to life cycle assessment methods. There are to calculate the GHG emission about data of the activity of the project and the factor emission of the activity. The factor activity, the factor emission, factor emission in the activity based on eco-invent data. So of gas and the release in the air, we evaluate with Tracy equivalency with Tracy data.
Okay, thank you. Let me check the chat column. Is there anyone any question to Mrs. Fajar?
Maybe if I can.
Sure, thank you.
I want to ask Mrs. Fajar. The dump truck is breaking the raw material or done material one. So I want to know if you getting the raw material. You have a calculation the material. What kind of raw material can the dump truck bring to the site? Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fajar.
Okay. In my study, in my paper, I report that dump truck transportation dump truck. I used to transportation of aggregate and sand. aggregate material. Seperti for the table, the last table, the dump truck use to transportation of aggregate and sand, only aggregate and sand, raw materialnya. So the next material is not, I reportkan in this my paper.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think, okay, we still have 2 minutes. Is there another question for Mrs. Fajar?
Sorry, maybe I will. I have one question for Mrs. Fajar. The presentation. So, did you considering the dimension of the rigid pavement will affect to the contribution of the greenhouse GHG, right? Because I didn't see in your presentation you're talking about like the dimension of the rigid pavement. Because in my standpoint, maybe the dimension like the thickness, the length, or the width, maybe will also because they will contribute to the volume of the concrete. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harry. In my main research, there are 12 rigid pavement. In this my paper, I report in the my paper is only one of 12 rigid pavement. I'm sorry, I'm so I forget this the dimension of the rigid pavement. So I can open my report research and I writing in the chat. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. No problem. I need your like the short answer. Do you think the dimension of the rigid pavement will affect to the increased greenhouse of the rigid pavement?
How many?
Will affect or not the dimension? It's okay if you forget. Maybe you can write in the room chat.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Due to the limited time that we have, maybe Mr. Harry, can you type your question on the Zoom chat? And Mrs. Fajar will answer it on the chat.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Fajar.
Thank you, Ms. Yeta.
Yes. Okay. The third paper that will be presented in this session is life cycle analysis of permeable pavement in the urban area using mechanistic empirical performance. Mr. Heri Awan Susanto, please be ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
The time is yours.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Heri Awan Susanto. I am from Department of Civil Engineering, University of Jenderal Sudirman. So in this time, I would like to present my research with the title Life Cycle Analysis of Permeable Pavement in the Urban Area using Mechanistic Empirical Performance. This is the content of my presentation. Start from the research background, and then the material and testing methods, data analysis, and the last is research finding and the future. The background of my research. Urban heat island, UHI, is the condition when the urban area or metropolitan has warmer temperature than the rural area due to the modification of land surface. The modification of land surface such as housing, building, and roadway. In the field temperature, in this picture we can see that the asphalt pavement has higher temperature than concrete pavement. Thus, we need to find the solution how to reducing the heat urban islands, especially contributed from the root or from the pavement. One of the solutions is using permeable pavement in the field. One of the major concerns of permeable pavement is strength and durability characteristics. To that, there has not been extensive research in the performance of permeable pavement of strength and endurance to the moisture in low and high traffic application with different types of base and subgrade layer. A little research has been conducted on the permeable asphalt to investigate the actual performance of this mix in the little traffic. Therefore, this research has three research objectives. First is investigating mechanical performance of permeable pavement using mechanistic empirical analysis in the subtropical climate with two variations of base and cell materials under both low and high traffic scenario. The second is determine the surface life of permeable pavement using criteria of fatigue cracking and rotting. And the third is performs the life cycle analysis of the permeable pavement. To achieve the goal, I designed the research and methodology start from the laboratory test material. From the laboratory test material, I get the asphalt and aggregate properties. From the asphalt and aggregate properties as the input to the CAN layer software to get strength and stress values. And the second, from the stress and strength values, we can determine the rating, fatigue, and damage factor, also the surface life of the permeable pavement using the mechanical empirical analysis. Lastly, I calculate the life cycle analysis. This is the sample variation and scenario. I made two sample mix. The first is for non-permeable pavement as the standard, and the second is permeable pavement. I also model the traffic with high and low condition and moisture condition with dry and wet. Besides that, in the permeable pavement, I made 4 structure types with different base layer and the sub base. For the base layer, I use 2 types of material, which is permeable concrete pavement or PFP and open granular base layer or OGBL. And for the sub base, I use sand and silt material. The characterization of pavement material. The first, I have to use the aggregate gradation of permeable asphalt pavement to make the permeable asphalt pavement mixture in the laboratory. And secondly, I have to get the parameter of elastic modulus of each material layer. Start from the surface, the base, and the subbase. And lastly is the permeable asphalt pavement properties, like the asphalt bender content, the theoretical maximum specific gravity, and the porosity. This is the pavement damage calculation result for the non-permeable pavement. The non-permeable pavement with high traffic recorded at the most result of fatigue resistance with a damage factor of 0.03, and for the low traffic recorded the most result of rating deformation with a damage factor of 2.8. And for permeable asphalt pavement, we have two condition results, in dry condition simulation and in the wet condition simulation. In the dry condition simulation, we can see that in the structural type 3, recorded the most result of fatigue resistance and the rating resistance, both for low traffic and high traffic. Meanwhile, in the wet condition simulation of permeable asphalt pavement, the structural type 4 recorded the most result of fatigue resistance and the rating resistance for both low traffic and high traffic. In terms of pavement surface life, we can see that for permeable pavement, asphalt pavement, both of low and high traffic scenario can restore the expected design life of 20 years. Meanwhile, in terms of rating resistance, the most service life was 19 years for high traffic in dry condition, and least service life was 100 years for high traffic scenario wet condition. It was assumed that the increase of thickness of layer pavement, elastic modulus of material variation of base and subgrade had a great impact on the design life. In the life cycle analysis, we got two comparisons. The first is between regular and permeable pavement in low and high traffic volume. In the second, between the different structural type in the permeable pavement. In this figure, we can show that the total environmental impact of regular pavement is higher than permeable pavement. In order to find out the environmental impact of the permeable pavement between four conditions in low and high traffic volume, we can show that the highest impact is derived from the condition 1, and the lowest value of the total environmental impact is in condition 4. The result from real cost is divided into two categories, agency cost and user cost. In 2014, is the initial construction cost represent the highest cost. The second highest cost is reconstruction maintenance activity that occurs at 2021 and 2028 for the baseline, and the alternative one is low traffic condition. The result of life cycle costs based on high traffic volume is shown in this figure. The greatest value is in 2014. The second highest cost is reconstruction maintenance activity that occurs once over 20 years at 2026 for the baseline, and alternative one in high traffic condition. This is the conclusion of my research. First, the rating occurs faster than fatigue, both for non-permeable and permeable pavement. The second, based on the study, the effect of traffic loading, low traffic more easily damaged than high traffic. The third, using the permeable concrete pavement as the base layer will increase the strength of permeable pavement than open grade deep friction course. Fourth, sheet as subgrade will contribute high strength of permeable pavement than sands. Fifth, in the wet condition, the permeable pavement will be quickly damaged than the dry condition. Sixth, regular asphalt pavement has over 50% environmental impact for low traffic and over 70% impact on the high traffic, higher than permeable pavement. Seventh, In terms of the economic performance, the cost is typically dominated by the number and type of maintenance performance over the life cycle. We also propose for the future research in this matter need to be explored. Exact traffic volume and loading should be determined for a variety of streets. Obviously, the more exact data available for design and the more accurate of the solution. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harry. Okay, please, anyone, if you have any question regarding this paper, please, you can turn on your microphone so you can ask directly to Mr. Harry. Okay, Mr. Harry, I have a question for you.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me. You stated before that you placed the pavement into a dry condition and wet condition.
Yes.
Right? Okay. My question is, what are the main differences of, what are the main different results of these two conditions?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Actually, in the field, we can see that the real condition when we put our pavement or road construction, we can get like two conditions. Dry is mean the condition without water, and the wet we can model it in our laboratorium using the water, put the water inside. So based on our simulation, we can get result that if we use the water as the model wet condition, the result of the fatigue and rotting is more higher than the dry condition. So we can conclude the water will increase the permeability failure both in the permeable and the non-permeable pavement. Okay, that's my answer.
Thank you. Okay, is there another question to Mr. Harry? Okay, we still have 2 minutes. Okay, there is no question, I think, for you. Or maybe if the participants want to ask you, they maybe can ask using the
just
chat
put
Zoom.
the question in the chat room.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Harry, as I know that life cycle is a rising issue in the research, right? And life cycle analysis actually is to support the sustainability of the construction. And I think it's a very interesting research. And I hope it can have a significant contribution to sustainability in construction.
Not only in Indonesia, I think in all of the world. I think the sustainability, the climate change is now the give more big attention.
Yes, or maybe if we implement this analysis into abroad, I mean into a nation that have 4 seasons, they can implement it, or they can place the pavement into winter condition. I mean, it's the winter condition. Maybe the temperature of the situation of the condition in that nation will have impact to
I will
the
take your
research.
suggestion. Is the my future research maybe.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Harry. Okay. Since we don't have since we don't have any question regarding to your research, let's move to the next paper.
Thank you very much.
Let me check. Yes, you're welcome. Okay, we move to the 4th paper entitled Key Performance Indicator for Analytical Hierarchy Process used for determining the effect of reverse supply chain toward green building projects. Mr. Hermawan, please be ready.
Hello.
Thank you.
My name is Nel Kevin, and my paper is Key Performance Indicator for AHP or Analytical Hierarchy Process used for determining the effect of reverse supply chain toward green building project. And then let's start. First is we will talk about the introduction of this paper, and then we will talk the literature with this. Next, the last is research identification. For introduction, we know that Indonesia is a growing country and following construction as an important part for the development of construction. Vidya, Wati, and Tazi state the same thing, that along with the increasing number of construction projects, the need for material will also increase. As the material increase, the waste of material is increased too. Management of construction waste has four important aspects in waste management, which are reduction, reuse, recycling, and landfilling. So according to Roger and Lemke at 2002, reverse supply chain is a process of planning, implementing, and controlling in reverse from raw material, conclude as the act including reduction, reuse, recycling, and landfilling. So it can be concluded that reverse supply chain include four important things in waste management. According to Kuswandi, as I have stated in this presentation, it states that calculation of the final performance of supply chain can be done using key performance indicator weight obtained from analytical hierarchy process method. And the purpose of weighting is to see the priority interest according to the questionnaire filling stakeholder. So, in this paper, there is several related literature. First is what is supply chain. According to Kusumasti and Sugiyama at 2017, supply chain is a process, also a planning logistic activity, implementation, also control of effective flow and storage of goods as well as service and information related from the starting point of manufacture to the point of use to fulfill customer desire. Govindan and Soleimani at 2016 state that in supply chain management there are two types of supply chain. First type is classic type, which is we know as forward supply chain management, and the second is reverse supply chain management. Next is green building. Green building, according to Ervianto to 2020, define green building as a planning and management of construction project in accordance to contract document to minimize the impact of the construction process on the environment. So there will be a balance between environment capability and the need of human life for present and future generation. According to Amran and Ketada in Purnawan 2017, green building practice extend and complement the classic building design in terms of economy, utility, durability, and comfort. Stop.
Okay. Thank you. In the video is the woman who presented in the video actually is the representative of your paper, Mr. Hermawan. I am
Yes,
correct?
yeah, she is Calvin. She is one of research team in our research. Okay.
Okay. I have a question for you since I am still confusing about the method that you implemented to the research. I read some articles that there are several methods to achieve the key performance index of construction. We have neural networks, or maybe some use another computer programming to obtain the result. And for your research, what method did you implement to yours?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Miss Nia. Miss Setai. I'm sorry, Miss Setai. Yeah.
Okay.
Before I will not this paper. Yeah, this paper is part one of research in big team in our research. Yeah, the big team is our research. The reverse supply chain, yeah, in green building project, and then the first step for the research, we would found some indicators to waiting in HP, and then maybe the next event or the next seminar, we would present the final result from the research. Yeah, and then the second opinion for our research. Yeah, you want to find some indicators. Yeah, especially reverse supply factor in reverse supply chain. Yeah, this concept is very maybe is very rarely in construction project, but it's very important to achieve green building. Yeah, because in green building has a factor about supply chain. Yeah, for example, yeah, distance and then material recycle calculation. Yeah, for us is important to find some factor. Yeah, through KPI. Yeah, yeah, and then the third we find the KPI through interview to some some person in project. Yeah, for consultant, and then the and contractor, and then the owner. Yeah, what's this factor is very important to achieve reversible chain in the building projects. And then for this project, we use Pasar Gianyar Bali. Yeah, it's very interesting project because from the hulu to hilir. Yeah. Some materials use reversible chain, for example, rebar steel, and then formwork. Yeah, yeah. The second material is use reversible chain concept, Mrs. Seta. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hermawan. So the research is still running. This
Yes.
research is still running. Okay. And what is your expected result? Do you have any expected result of your research?
Yeah, we want to compare some typical research about especially reversible chain. Reversible chain is interesting theme in construction project because we adopt from manufacturing industrial. Yeah, but not construction industrial. Yeah, and then we try some 2 or 3 projects. Yeah, we finished the last month in Bali, and then the next semester might be in Semarang and Bandung. Yeah, maybe. Okay.
I hope
Okay.
your research will have a good contribution. Okay,
Okay.
we still have like 2 minutes for your question and answer session. So please, anyone, if you have any question regarding to Mr. Hermawan's research, you can ask directly to Mr. Hermawan by turning on your microphone.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Seta.
Yes. Okay, we're still waiting because we still have 2 minutes.
I have one question for Mr. Hermawan.
Okay.
A short question. Mr. Hermawan, the KPI is key performance indicator, as I know. So how you get the parameter of KPI? I mean, this is your case in the building project. Here also, for the root building, we also can calculate or measure the KPI, right? How about your opinion?
Okay. For I find the KPI in the supply chain. We develop from the research previously. Yeah, for example, we develop from forward supply chain and then backward supply chain, and then we combine the sum factor in forward and backward supply chain from the research previously. Yeah, and then we combine and then we try in this project, Mr. Harry. Yeah.
Okay, it's been you use the secondary data from the previous project or previous research, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Harry.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Hermawan and Mr. Harry. So let's move to the next paper. Okay, we have a paper entitled Development of Blockchain and Machine Learning System in the Process of Construction Planning Method of the Smart Building to Save Cost and Time. Mr. Cristiantono Tejo, please be ready.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, all the lecturer, all the professor, all the committee, and all the participants. Thank you for the opportunity for me to explain about our research. My name is Cristiantono Tejo. I came from University of Indonesia. This is our title, Development of Blockchain and Machine Learning System in the Process of Construction Planning Method of the Smart Building to Save Cost and Time. In this presentation, I will explain about three main titles: the blockchain and machine learning, the research process, and the result. And the part one, blockchain and machine learning. This is a concept of why I use blockchain. Why blockchain is potential in the construction method. As we know, in the construction we have a lot of data, but a little bit tender data input. So mostly after we get the tender data input, we give it to the engineer team to create it and to coordinating it to the cost team. To upgrade it, we use a model, historical data. In historical data, we have a prelim, we have direct costs, we have productivity of the resource, the equipment. We use it to upgrade the what is the process? In the process, we have historical data and tender data. We store it in the blockchain, and the machine learning will get all the data in every block. The block is connected by hash, so machine learning can easily link the data. Blockchain itself cannot be edited, cannot be deleted. Blockchain is a system and have like a fingerprint, so not easily broken. After that, we have smart building data, machine learning process it, and the output is cost, resource, and schedule. From smart building, we use a benchmark in the outside country like technology, material, and work item, manpower, and equipment. This is the research process. Data identification, we collect the identification data of the building, like the floor, the structure, and the rebar, and the concrete type. This is a model to machine learning is problem identification, and then literature study, get the blockchain data, algorithm system, and machine learning model. And then we evaluate the model, we check the model logic. If it's okay with testing the program, and the result, we check it. If the construction method can define with machine learning, and this when it's okay, and our research is finished. And this our research, the result is algorithm selection. In the machine learning, we use three supervised model, like a random forest, logistic regression, and the decision tree. After we create it, we get the decision tree accuracy score is bigger than any model. So we use a decision tree to predict our data for our model. And this is the result of our machine learning. This is a blockchain cloud. This is a block, equipment block. And this is a smart design block. This is a type building block. And they have hash. This is hash is like a fingerprint, so every hash can be easily edited. And the result is staff list and the schedule of the staff and the amount of the staff and the manpower schedule. It's explained with the bar chart. This is the end of our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cristiantono. Okay, for anyone who has a question regarding his research, you can ask him directly or just type your question or the column chat. So, okay, Ms. Cristiantono Tejo. We know that BIM is everywhere, right? Most countries in the world use BIM to their construction project, right?
Yes.
And I saw before that you implement this blockchain to calculate or to estimate, if I'm not mistaken, the duration of the project. The duration, because
yes, the duration usually giving by the tender process. So if we get the data, the schedule, the building type, we can calculate it with the machine learning. Machine learning calculate it with the previous data. So yes, previous data, the machine learning identification the resource, the amount of the resource and the schedule of the resource.
Okay, so in your opinion, I'm asking your opinion, do this idea, I mean, using the blockchain development and machine learning system is suitable and can be implemented to BIM?
Yes, it's of course. Some of my friends are using it in the BIM. They connect the blockchain data with the Revit program. So the
Thank you. It's very interesting issue. We know that everything is moved to computational, right? Most of our work actually can be easier if we use computational engineering or anything using machine learning. I think your research is very interesting. So please, anyone, if you have any question to Mr. Cristiantono, you can ask him directly.
I have 2 questions.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Harry.
The first question, like maybe this data already asked to you, the machine learning need the data. You said that you got the data from the previous, I don't know, previous study or previous case. So
yes.
My question is, how many case data or how many project data you use in your machine learning model? This is the first question. And the second question, the machine learning is only to help people to easily, analyze or something. Did you assessment or verify your machine learning compared to the real case? That is my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. I use 100 data for my machine learning. It's the for the first question. But I think the more data we get, the more good machine learning can predict the model.
So with 100 data, how much the significantly result your machine learning?
Yes, I develop a curve in the project, the running project, and we have the same curve, but in the critical path of the project, machine learning predict more resource is needed. But in the real project, we usually using less amount of staff, less amount of equipment in the real data I have tried to comparing. The running project, Mr. Henry, I compare it with the running project, and the running project is when the critical path in the structural path, the critical path, the machine learning predict more resource is needed than the previous method. Mr. Henry, maybe.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Cristiantono. Actually, I am very new to machine learning. Maybe your knowledge about machine learning is more than mine. So I have a question. Maybe I don't know it is a silly question or not. But what kind of machine learning did you use in this research?
I use supervised machine learning. Machine learning have some kind unsupervised and supervised. Unsupervised is we can use a random data. A random data we can predict. But with supervised machine learning, we need a data has a pattern. So if the pattern is good, the predict is better than the random one.
Okay, so you use the supervised machine learning.
Yeah, supervised model machine learning.
Supervised. Okay, thank you. Okay, we still have like 1 minute. So, okay.
Mr. Setra.
Okay, Mr.
Can I?
Hermawan.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
okay.
very interesting. Yeah. There is a phrase machine learning, and then the smart building to save cost and time. Yeah. Do you use the other program to make machine learning? Yeah. For example, copy cost. Yeah, maybe for time you use synchro. Which one? And I'm sorry. Do you use the other program? Yeah, for save cost and time.
Yes. Okay, maybe I can answer your question, Mr. Hermawan. In this study, I use Python programming, the coding. Maybe Python is new.
Oh, no.
I use Python. Python can get very easy get the data and easily connect with another program. So with Python, I connect the data in the block. Blockchain is developed in the IPFS, Interplanetary File System. Interplanetary File System is a blockchain cloud. We can store our hash, the blockchain code in the interplanetary system. So the Python can get the hash easily in the IPFS cloud. The Python is, we can use the Python easily because it's new, and I think for me, my basic is the civil engineering. Python is easily to use. Maybe if you want to try to learning Python is more easy. Like the previous program, like Fortran, maybe Fortran is Python is more easy.
Zeta as moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. For this occasion, allow me, on behalf all authors. I am a second author for this paper, but this is paper especially for our student in University Technology Malaysia. I am an assistant professor or TED promoter in Indonesia, TED promoter, or in Malaysia, industrial supervisor. Okay, the title is the sustainability aspect of the consulting firm in terms of its competitiveness in Indonesia. The fifth author is Novita Harwin, Zelmi Sriroja, their main supervisor is Professor Abdul Rahman, and second co-supervisor is Mr. Muhammad Zaimi bin Abdul Majid. And I am also as I would like to tell about my profile first. Okay, my name is Mairizal. I'm a engineer, civil engineer, and master of industrial, and senior principal engineer in Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia. My address in Lenteng Agung, Jakarta. Occupation as practitioner almost 36 years, and researcher and lecturer almost 5 years ago. My education, bachelor degree in civil engineering, University Bung Hatta Padang in 1995, master degree in industrial engineering, Institute Science of Technology Nasional Jakarta, 2016, and engineering doctorate in civil engineering, University Teknologi Malaysia in last year. My home base in University of Pamulang as lecturer and researcher, and in University Malaysia, I'm a researcher and assistant professor or industrial supervisor for all students in getting the mixed mode research, of course, and research. And I'm pensioned in my state-owned company, Rekayasa Industry, in Jakarta. Okay, maybe I will present the simple presentation such as like introduction, problem statement, literature review, discussion and research, and conclusion. As you know, all infrastructure development aims in Indonesia to support our government Republic of Indonesia to build several infrastructure in many disciplines. And in last year, infrastructure budget allocation already expanded by the Ministry of Public Work and Public House, and then how to achieve the smooth growth scenario by government. And the growth of commercial entities need to support of our government program. Who is entities? Entities is like a construction company, construction firm, and anything. We concern for this paper for the consultant firms. We have problem statement. We already know about some opportunities to build some several infrastructure in Indonesia since 2000 I think in 5 years ago. But must be the company or firm must be have conducting ability to arrange the project. And then especially for the consultant firm, 5 and 10 years ago, we found the growth of fluctuation. Maybe we found the new company, and we know the company not passing in their classification in construction or LPJK, yeah, LPJK. And then we think there are some problem about the sustainability of consultant firm in Indonesia. That's why we already tried to solving the problem. Our keyword papers, the first one is sustainability. Sustainability by literature meaning is an ability to meet human needs without harming the future of the current generation, which is the top of many company agenda. One of the literature by Kotler and Kettler 2012. And then the second one is consulting companies. Are usually companies that have very expert or professional who have experience in certain fields and also have extensive knowledge about these various problems. By Tordoyer, 1995. Yeah, this the meaning of consulting company or consulting firms. And then, according to the opinion Michael Porter, 2004, and my last result, at all, 2016, it said the meaning of competitiveness or competition is the essence of the success or failure of a company where competition is very similar to an activity in a company that will be able to contribute to its performance, such innovation, cohesive culture, good practice, and so on. And then we have collect the data. We found 15 16 of variable or 16 factor of competence factor by Porter, and we will try to develop. And we collect the data and deliver to the respondent by purposive sampling, yeah. 16 more than 16 n plus 1, yeah. 17 or above, and we try to share the questionnaire to 20 respondents, and then all questionnaire give back to us, and then we try to process the data by analysis using SPSS tools analysis. The result, there are 3 factors not reliable and not acceptable because Cronbach alpha value less than 0.7 and the validity not compared to T table. And then the highest value is namely X6. X6 is demand segment, which means the value is 62.xn. X7 sophistication, it means 62.05. This is a determinant factor must develop, must improve by consultant firm Indonesia to get their competitiveness properly. And then all the 13 factors mentioned above are mentioned to the competitive experts. We try to expert validation and quick understanding about the competitiveness concept, and they agree that all the factors apply to competitiveness of consultant in the set. And they received just for this research only two factors, determinant factor to improve the consultant firm competitiveness in Indonesia, such as demand segment or sophistication. In conclusion, there are 13 competitive factors referring to portal competition and previous research applied to this research that obtain to competitive factor with the highest mean value, namely demand segment and sophistication. Then consortium firm Indonesia must take these 2 competitive factors into account in planning and all competitive strategy for the project in increasingly fierce competition in Indonesia. Okay, here are the simple presentation for me from us. Thank you for your kindness, attention, and suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Marizal. It's very interesting since we know that to support the sustainability in construction, it's not only always about creating new technology in concrete or in pavement, or maybe using machine learning to support the sustainable in construction, but also the sustainability in human resources is essential to achieve too. And Mr. Mayrizal, I have a question for you. Did you collect some information from the construction project in Indonesia for this research?
Yes, because we only concern to consultant firm, we have received the data from Inkindo and Perkindo, all data for consultant in Indonesia. There are we have the data in 10 years ago.
Oh, 10 years ago. In
2010 to 2020.
Okay, in 10 years, do you mean?
In 10 years.
In 10 years, okay. So how many data that you collect you said that the data covers 10 years, right? So how many respondents that you have to obtain the result for this research?
Respondent depend on our variable, right? Our variable only 16 variable or 16 factor. We try to comply to purposive sampling concepts. Purposive sampling, n is how many factors we have, or accumulation, all factors n plus 1. Then it means the expert suggests only 17 or above or more.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marizal.
For this, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marizal. So, for all the participants, I mean, for other participants, if you have any question regarding to this research paper, please, you can turn on your microphone and ask to Mr. Marizal directly, or just simply to chat or to type your question on the chat column. We still have like 2 minutes before we close the session. And please check your column chat, I mean, because there is a link that you can use to submit your presence of this Parallel Day 1. Okay.
Stop share or?
It's okay.
Didi.
You can, yeah, it's okay. Okay, anyone? Do you have any question to Mr. Marizal? No, or not yet? Okay, since we don't have more questions to Mr. Marizal, I want to remind you, all of the participants in this second parallel session, please don't forget to fill your please fill your attendance in this link. You can check the column chat because it is very important to get or to obtain the certificate, I think. Okay, Mr. Marizal, I think it's enough. You can stop share. It's okay.
Okay. I will try. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Marizal.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for all the participants. We hope that all the research will have significant contribution in civil engineering areas. And see you, and I will give this session back to the committee. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. So we can leave the room, right now.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Aris. Mr. Aris, it is okay for the participant to leave the room? Okay, the committee said yes. So thank you very much. I'll see you on Friday, right? We still have another day tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheta.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.